Motherfucker. Okay, I can probably get you one of them. I and there's shaders here too, which you're not gonna get, by the way. So can't you just buy the fucking Taken sets? Are they not in the fucking store themselves? Wait, where's the actual fucking store? Featured? No. Archive? Surely they don't just fucking sell it, right? It would be discounted too, because you had parts of it on each character. Or do they not? Do you know? Like, I'm confused just looking at this. Nope. What do you? What? I'm looking at it. Fucking this store is a mess. If they really wanted to be able to sell things, this would be way more organized than it is. Like, there's no search bar either, so I can't just type in Taken and try and check. And there's like 15,000 pages of things. Actually, stupid. No, it really is. All right. Well, it doesn't matter which character. I'm just because look, there's a shader here for 300. There's three shaders here for 300. You're not getting all the shaders in the Taken helmet too. Uh, we'll see what we can get out of it. All right. I'm just gonna go on your warlock for now. Bright dust is shared between characters anyway, so this doesn't matter. I'm just gonna use it to do stuff quickly. Because it's already usually set up for PvE, right? Usually. Yeah, good enough. Alright, let's see what we're up against. Like I said, the 50 orders are here, because, fuck this one. Defeat targets with void or strand damage. You're full of shit. I hate you. I mean, I can just do that in the fucking, what's it called anyway? In the Whisper mission, probably. I just put on a void gun. Complete activity challenges or a Grandmaster Vanguard alert. 3 of them. Okay. Alright, 3 Vanguard alerts, and then we're gonna go sit in the Whisper mission, I guess. And we'll try and get some B grades while we're here. This is orders. And this is defeat targets. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna ignore all this shit. Mostly gonna replace the Crucible one. So Vanguard alerts until we finish the what's name one, and then off to the Whisper mission for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Yeah, the boxes will probably give some too. I remember like they stopped giving them after a while though. If you remember, we're gonna get more boxes anyway because I have to do 50 of the goddamn things, right? I should probably turn in some of the ones we've got. Oh, remember I was using the Exterius? It's 84%. What's going on here? Bungie friend request, nobody cares. What the hell is flashing? Crucible playlist defeats. Okay. I hate when stuff fucking sits there flashing. It pisses me off. Stop already. No more. Alright, go to the portal. Go in here. And these will give like some bright dust. Usually. Might get you a shader in addition to some of the stuff we're doing. When I do some more of them. Remember, the vast majority of the stuff's like 200 here, 450 here, and then the stuff from the major, oh god, what's it called too?
treasure buried in these hills, hero. Let's dig it out.
There's no need
Alright, let's
to dig.
go.
I saw some beautiful scrap lying on the surface.
But yeah, look at where we're playing today.
Materials.
It looks like Destiny to. Oh god, is this big? I'll put Nova Bomb on, get some void kills randomly. Might do that actually. The reason I hate this is you know this can break. In all kinds of shit ways. But yeah, we're gonna go do the box thing, but I'll do that after I finish, you know, because I can't be bothered like switching through everything while I'm doing Vanguard alert things, trying to get a B rank in them. It's just too much. I could just go to the Whisper mission and then just have infinite enemies without everybody shooting my shit too, you know? I wonder if their void kills count for us. They might. I also could have done what they're doing, is put on the gauntlet build and just threw void shit. But that would involve effort. He's gone down for it. Random Nova bombs if you're getting kills. Oh yeah, I forgot this is void too, isn't it? Technically. Part of it is anyway. Oh, is the shit thing moving? Okay. I don't know. We're just ticking over Destiny 2 at this point, you know? Until they add something that's worth doing.
These fools should know better than to sabotage our operation. Clear them out.
Oh, rip. I mean, surely they'll update something sooner or later, right? Probably not. Trying to figure out why we were gaining dark energy there when I wasn't shooting anything, but anyway. Oh, the stasis turret is somewhere. Forgot about that thing. Left it behind when we were moving forward. That's why the stasis bar was going up the darkness bar. Destroy the jammer and I have a Nova Bomb. That killed some things. Ish. would be nice if they, you know, got off their marathon failure asses and, I don't know, got on with the next Destiny DLC that should have been out already. But got delayed until the summer. Not like anybody else. I don't know. They give it the Concord spot. At the end of the show, didn't they? I heard. We're really trying to push this game. And nobody cares spot. I know I'm not getting many void kills with the Nova Bomb. I'm just throwing it because it's extra void kills that I don't have to do later. Any void kills I get just mean that it's one less later on. We go sit in the Whisper mission and hate our lives. Don't know if we'll get a B for this one. Anyway, Concord 2, also known as Marathon, is your new favorite game, isn't it? Did they release a new God of War game or something? Some 2D platformer? Because I haven't had enough of those recently. Platformers, that is. Fucking Rayman. Not Rayman, sorry. Fucking Crash Bandicoot. Might as well have been Rayman. Wasn't there like a 2D God of War game or something they released or remastered or some shit? I don't fucking know. Remake. Yeah, apparently it came out like when they announced it. I don't fucking know. It's not a 3D game. It's not one of the major series ones or anything. They just did it because they were announcing the trilogy for remakes for the Greek Saga. Because they're remaking the Greek Saga or something, apparently, for God of War. Which is the original, like, PS2 games. Dead yet? Might be. I didn't see any of the state of play. It's just stuff I randomly caught the news on, randomly reading. So I haven't seen like John Wick or anything like that, to be honest. I just know some of the bullet points that they released some of the stuff. I wasn't really paying attention. I know High on Life 2 releases today at 3 PM our time, I think. Which is on Game Pass, so I can actually just download that for free on PC. What else got random stuff? I think Diablo 2 got a Steam release or something, apparently. The remaster of Diablo 2. It's one of the better Diablo games, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it is actually. It's old. The remaster just gives it a touch of paint, but it's not as shit as Diablo 4 apparently. Like, not a lot of things are. Could always look at more stuff while I'm sitting here. In fact, I can probably just play it back. Is it on YouTube? An IGN video.
Most people spend 1,800 hours a year at their desk. Upgrade your workspace with Desktronic, the top-rated ergonomic brand.
I'll put it on another monitor. I can do that while I'm not paying attention to Destiny. For a bit. You can still hear it on stream because I turned the audio on. They just... Is the IGN not gonna do like a news report? Are they just fucking... Okay, never mind then. I thought they were gonna do like a news report. What a shit website. Maybe I'll look for something a bit more useful. God, what is this? Okay, no. That's the Japanese. Oh, I don't know anymore. Am I dead? Alright, I couldn't find anything. Fuck it. That I can just, like, literally put on audio. I tried. The IGN thing was just going through, like, elevator music with on-screen cards showing random shit. That's what it sounded like anyway. we've got to do minimum 3 of these. Once we've done 3 of them, I'll reevaluate if we need to do more Vanguard things. Otherwise, we'll go into probably, like I said, the Whisper mission and Hate Our Lives. Oh yeah, Marathon does have a beta the week before it comes out, so that nobody cares. They need to do that as soon as possible. I'm gonna be honest. For anybody to give a flying fuck. Their beta launches, I think, the same week Resident Evil Requiem comes out, so they're in trouble. The same weekend, I think.
The bad news is that more vacs are converging on your position.
I've started up Marathon before. I barely played it. I've started it up. I usually start it up just to see how it runs. It runs pretty much identically to D2. Because it pretty much uses Destiny 2's engine. Like, it literally runs pretty much identically to a Destiny 2 patrol zone. Like, you know, like a big patrol zone. That's exactly how Marathon runs on PC hardware. Like, it has the same CPU, you know, like behavior, like CPU limiting behavior when enemies are on screen and stuff, like Destiny does, where it drops into like the 160s.
Access granted. Good luck, Captain.
But hey, Marathon's your new favorite game. You will play Marathon knowing you, or you will try to. You tried to play Arc Raiders, so don't give me that shit. You'll buy it for fucking, just for the Destiny 2 fucking skins that you get or whatever eventually. So don't sit here saying, oh, you don't want to get those Destiny 2 exclusive items for buying Marathon, do you? Okay. Oh, you have to pre-order to get them, so once Marathon comes out, you can't get them anymore, so have fun with that. I think is there an emblem, a shader, and you're not supporting their scam? Is it Marathon in here on the store? I'm going to look in the store in a minute. I'm pretty sure they put it as a DLC in the Destiny 2 store, which is really funny. Or in the same place they put the DLCs. I think it is too. I'm gonna look at it. I'll look at it when we're not actually having to kill things. They may have removed it again because it got like made fun of, but I don't know. Oh, that's a good few boy kills, isn't it? I'm not sure Clyde can laugh at many things, I'm gonna be honest. He's more of a joke himself than the game is at this point. I'm sure he's probably found another company to rip his viewers off with, like oh, the way he understood me because I shot the floor below me and made him get off the plate. Oh, people are stupid. I should be worried anyway, because Destiny 2 goes under. I mean, nobody gives a shit if he streams anything else, to be honest. So he could really do with the game not bombing, you know. These are just orders. Why is this not completing? Complete activity challenges. We are doing. Wait, it's not counting for some reason. This better not be broken. Is marathon down here? Oh my god, it is. They actually put it here. It's so fucking stupid. Trying to trick Destiny players into buying it like it's a DLC, eh? Okay, Bungie, I see how it is. Alright. Where is that thing? Defeat targets with Void, obviously. Complete orders, I did 7. Complete activity challenges or a Grandmaster Vanguard alert, which can be found in the Vanguard Alerts tab of the Seasonal Hub. I mean, we were just doing that. Shall we... Is it because I started it from... Shall we try this one? What is this? Arena Vanguard? What is it, though? Yeah, which shit activity is it? Ah, fuck it, we'll do it anyway. I selected it specifically now from the Vanguard Alert tab, so let's see if it actually completes it. These are still giving some bright dust for now. They will stop eventually giving bright dust. We know this. I mean, they're going to help though. It's giving we got 430 out of it so far. Unless we haven't done the thing yet, have we? No, this hasn't got to 200. This is the next one. We'll get 200 from here. Um, we ideally just need to get to 17, but yeah, because that's where the 450 is, and that's pretty much most of our pride dust, apart from obviously the 150 that's over here and the 30 that's over here, and then anything we can scrounge. We're gonna do 50 of these stupid orders, so there's gonna be we'll flatline this again wherever it ends up. Oh my god, the stupid pirate ship shit. Why me? This is just full of crap at this point. This is all Trials of Osiris gear. Why did it melee the shit? That didn't make sense. That's the way people are going to the fucking place. Alright, time to get frame rate fucked. Oh yeah, we did alright. Immediately the frame rate fucking... And then the impact frame rate? Oh, nearly. Physics in Destiny is so frame rate dependent. You saw when I got into the cannon, it that would have killed me in the past, by the way. You know, when before they stopped physics killing you in one hit and left you one shot, that used to kill. I remember this activity well. It used to just launch me and kill me every time.
Take out those ether tanks, hero. They'll feel that for sure.
Oh, they took the lives away from this, didn't they? That's funny. This did have lives, by the way, and people were failing it.
Rendezvous with my associates in the captain's quarters, and don't let them take all the loot. The leader of this rebel is escaping.
He's very much gone. Didn't get anything from the flag.
Increased
Nice.
activity on the top deck. I recommend a tactical retreat.
Stay out of sight and target the servitors, Guardian.
God, I remember there was a triumph for never getting seen in this stupid thing, and it was one of the worst fucking things ever, because, you know, it meant everybody couldn't be seen. They're exploders. The exit? That is. My turn. I got a flag this time. Fuck you all. Oh, the enemies came from back. Yeah, they're done. Alright, let's see if this one counts towards this stupid thing. Otherwise I've got to do the weekly challenges or something, I guess, which means I have to do 3 times 1 times 3 times 1 times 3 times 1, I think, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. So, I'm doing this weekly one way or the other. I need the XP from it. This has got to complete somehow. I don't know what an activity challenge. Complete activity challenges. Yeah, we'll figure that out. it's not going up. I mean, this is the activity challenge, right? I've already done 2 of these. Let's do this one then. See if the third one increases it, maybe. Because just doing Vanguard's not working. Oh my god, what the hell? No, stop. What is this? Is this the state of play?
Use M125 broadband for under 24.
God damn it. Don't need the fucking 30-second count. Oh my god. Oh, that's fire. Alright, there's 15-second counter.
I sense suffering here, Spirit. Do you need help?
What is this garbage? Oh, it's garbage. Okay, yep.
A spirit guide? It's been a long time since we've had one of your kind in Cosmora. I'm glad you're here.
Until it's cracked, it's go with
That
a stick.
temple has been sealed as long as I can remember.
Weird cutesy fox character.
Dangerous corruption was locked inside, along with the secrets of forgotten practice. Spirit guides here once used alchemy to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change. Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see. Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Yeah, if it's that Kenya game again.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh and this is my brother Mike.
We hope you enjoyed that first look at our next game, Kena, Scars of Cosmora.
After the amazing response to Kena Bridge of Spirits in 2021, the team was excited to take on the challenge of creating something even bigger and better this time around. Our partnership with PlayStation Studios has empowered us to expand our scope while still staying true to what made the first game special.
Since her adventure in Bridge of Spirits, Kena has grown into an older, more experienced spirit guide. Her reputation now precedes her. She comes to a new land called Cosmora, home to multiple distinct communities. On this adventure, Kena discovers a spirit guide's role in helping living people, not only those who have passed away. With PlayStation Studios support, we're building on everything that fans loved about the first game. Deeper, more dynamic combat, epic boss battles, a larger, richer world, and of course, our charming spirit companions.
Kena, Scars of Cosmora releases on PlayStation 5 and PC. Thanks so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
PlayStation Studios really are starting to push PC platform now too. They've realized that they make a lot of money. Releasing on PC at the same time. It'll soon get to the point where you don't need a fucking PlayStation or an Xbox. Just buy a PC and you get all the games.
Long ago, in the wilds of Aesop, demons terrorized the land and subjugated its people. They were known as the Spider, the Oni, the Kitsune, and the Snake. Many fought back. Many were cut down. Nothing can stop a true warrior from vengeance, not even death.
Oh, it's Ghost of Yotai. Oh, there's an add-on for it.
Who do you think will come out on top, Sam? You? Or me? I can't wait to find out.
Well, Nixus is doing the port of Death Stranding, so it actually will be a good PC.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hi, I'm Mike Booth from Bad Robot Games, and game director of ForLoop. As a game designer, a core goal of mine has always been to make game experiences that offer interesting surprises and unpredictable moments that never get old. The result is ForLoop, an emergent, challenging, 4-player combat sandbox where you and your friends succeed through cooperation and improvisation, and where no two runs are ever the same. At the heart of ForLoop is a probability map, which combines alien technology and human ingenuity to plot your best path forward to defeat the invaders. Each node represents a different mission with its own risks, rewards, and surprises. Everyone votes to choose the next mission. Once you've chosen a node on the probability map, your team will teleport into the mission. You may have to collect mission-critical resources, or even rescue survivors that can offer cool upgrades for your gear, all while trying to avoid the alien forces constantly sending drop pods and kill bots to stop you. We've worked hard to ensure that there are tons of items to choose from, and a lot of strange creatures and mysterious things to encounter. For example, this weird alien plant is called a blink root, where you can collect a blink berry, which will teleport anyone who touches it to a random, distant location. All the various enemies, weapons, items, and mission objectives are all designed to interact with each other in dynamic ways that create emergent gameplay and endless replay.
Excellent work, Guardian. When the Cabal inevitably
Chaos. That means your decisions really matter, and creativity and improvisation are key. We really want players to try things and think outside the box, like hacking an alien terminal to provide intel to the rest of the team, or being bombarded by killbot drop pods, or barely escaping with your life. And if you do die, don't worry. So long as one of you makes it back to home base, you'll be reprinted and ready to try again. The home base is a place for your team to readjust their strategy, evolve your loadout, and choose rewards from an increasing array of powerful gear and upgrades. Each act of the probability map culminates in one of multiple boss battles. This is the Scanner Boss, a huge geologic surveyor that scans for flux deposits to harvest. Its scan fields are very lethal, creating a dynamic obstacle course of lasers to avoid while attempting to destroy the boss itself. Because the scanner's body rotates like a 3D puzzle, you want to spread out and attack it from all sides. All, of course, while avoiding the slow-moving, lethal laser grids. Our goal here is to create something new, where every run has you yelling and laughing and saying, "I can't believe that just happened." We're currently in pre-beta, so there's still plenty of polish to come, and we need players like you to join us in upcoming playtests. Your feedback will be invaluable in helping us make this game truly great. We can't wait for you to play it for yourselves. Now, go and fail to save the world.
Hugh, look! What's this?
That's the Earth. You really can make everything with lunafilament, huh? Looks a bit like New York.
Is that a place on Earth?
Can't believe we haven't found any survivors.
I haven't seen anyone besides you since leaving the vault.
All alone, huh? I know the feeling.
Hey, Hugh. What were you like as a kid?
When I was young, I was in an orphanage. I was a lot like you. I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn.
Removal time exceeding estimates. Deploying reinforcements.
What in the...
You miscalculated?
Yes. Do you have further questions? Right. Let's get them through.
iPhone 17 Pro, our most powerful iPhone ever. With O2, save up to £540 from under £66 a month. On the network awarded UK's best mobile network coverage by Uswitch. O2, essential for living.
Earlier, I informed the Empress we had already dealt with Zahn
It's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center.
You okay? What does Victor want with you?
What do you mean?
He grabbed you for a reason. Did you find anything on Opus?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon.
You are an ignorant fool.
Leon, we're running out of time.
Why me?
The team has settled on a person of interest. A former T-virus researcher.
Cause my master made you who you are.
Raccoon City was where it all began for me.
I'm coming with you.
We can talk. What do you want to know?
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Benson.
And I'm Sid Schumann. We're back with a new batch of games on their way to PS5.
But before we begin, we wanted to highlight the upcoming release dates for both Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem from Capcom. Both are coming soon to PS5 with support for PS5 Pro.
Now, let's return to the dark world of Nosgoth with an announcement for fans of Legacy of Kain. 2003's Legacy of Kain Defiance is being remastered by Crystal Dynamics and will be available to pre-order today. The final chapter in the Soul Reaver saga brings players into the conflict between the vampire Kain and his betrayed lieutenant, Raziel. This remaster boasts updated HD graphics, a new third-person camera, and wayfinding level maps, as well as bonus features like character skins.
Now, what do you have to tell me?
Lost levels, deep lore, photo mode, and more. The digital deluxe version of the game includes promotional comics and a playable demo of Dark Prophecy, the unreleased sequel to Defiance.
Given the choice, whether to rule a corrupt and failing empire, or to challenge the fates for another throne against one's destiny, what was a king to do?
Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered launches next month and will be available to pre-order starting today.
Most people spend 1,800 hours a year at their desk. Shouldn't it be a place you love? Upgrade your workspace with Desktronic, the top-rated ergonomic brand, and join thousands of happy customers like Francis, James, and Leah. Delivery and returns are free, and if you're not satisfied, no worries. Return within 30 days for a full refund. Shop at desktronic.co.uk.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
Brigandine Abyss is the latest installment in HappyNet's Brigandine series, which dates back to 1998 on the original PlayStation. This fantasy war strategy RPG tells the story of 6 heroes who rise against an empire invading with overwhelming power.
僕はキマイラ。マスターにより作られし戦闘兵器。
Enjoy deep strategic gameplay with over 100 unit classes, including knights and new types of monsters. And countless hours of gameplay, with 6 main storylines and side quests across 24 nations.
大陸の守護者たる私たちの兵をこうもたやすく。
Brigandine Abyss launches this year, and you can wishlist it starting today.
Now let's head over to Koei Tecmo Games in Yokohama for an update on the Dead or Alive series.
こんにちは。シリーズプロデューサーの林です。本日はデッドアライブシリーズが新たなアップデートとともに復活することを発表させていただきます。
無限転身の名にかけて。
本作デッドアライブ6ラストラウンドはオリジナルのデッドアライブ6をベースにダウンロードコンテンツとして追加配信したキャラクターをセットにし、プレイステーション5用の最適化、新規コスチュームの追加、新たなフォトモードの追加を行ったタイトルです。今後も新キャラクターや新コスチュームの配信など継続的なアップデートを予定しています。発売日同日に基本無料版も展開予定ですので、シリーズを遊んだことない方もぜひご体験ください。
あなたに私は倒せない。
デッドアライブは1996年から展開している対戦アクションゲームシリーズです。数多くの作品を世に送り出して今年で30周年になります。そのタイミングでこういった発表できることを大変嬉しく思います。では最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。デッドアライブシリーズ最新作も開発始動しました。続報をお待ちください。
Zoe, I see the spotlights.
And you're getting closer. Listen, Dylan, we're getting distress calls from the theater, but research thinks we might have a resident on our hands. No one should have survived that.
Then I'll hurry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of Control Resonant, the game-changing sequel to Control. What you are seeing here is an early mission captured from our in-development build. We play as Dylan Faden, our supernaturally gifted hero, in a version of Manhattan like you haven't seen before. We recently acquired Shift, an ability that empowers Dylan to seamlessly move through gravity anomalies and adapt to the world around him. Here we are showcasing a set of different forms of Dylan's main weapon, the Aberrant Kante, and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit your playstyle. While in combat, we encourage you to play aggressively, balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
Any updates for me?
Kind of. You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Almost there, Zoe. What the hell is that thing? I think I hear something. I know where the Resonant is, Zoe. I'll call you back.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Long ago, you were made for this night, to save the age of man. Half human, half angel. They call you Sin. I call you Salvation.
Rescue AI Warmind. If I'm understanding correctly, it's a distressing one. There are so few ballet fans left, Gardner. It'd be a shame to lose them.
Assess the threat and aid rescue. A threat to the Warmind is a threat to the city as well.
Honda, 浄化兵。任務は分かっているが。
主の発見と討伐。
そうだ。
まさか進化したのか。
Thanks to Fictions and Game Freak for that new look at characters and combat in Beasts of Reincarnation. It's coming to PS5 this summer.
Our next title debuted 3 decades ago alongside the original PlayStation, and it introduced the world to an iconic character. Today, Ubisoft and Digital Eclipse celebrate that legacy with Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. This digital museum features 5 playable versions of the original game, including the 1995 PlayStation release, enhanced with new accessibility options. Discover the secrets behind Rayman's development through a long-lost playable prototype, restored for the first time. Plus, an interactive documentary packed with unseen design documents and never-before-heard insights from the original creators.
Et à un moment, c'est Sony qui arrive en disant, bah voilà notre console, on va révolutionner le jeu vidéo.
Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition comes to PS5 digitally starting tomorrow, while physical editions will be available June 26th.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre mission to save a cursed island. Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets in a pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming. Mina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited-time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow. Set years before the events of the original game, this prologue tells the story of how Alba and the wolf cub Neva first met. Alba must earn the young wolf's trust and guide her through the blighted wilderness. Together, they will face new enemies and endure perilous trials, while confronting a monstrous force that threatens to tear them apart. Players can look forward to using new gameplay mechanics in all new locations. Neva Prologue launches February 19th. Up next, a tactical stealth action title from Shueisha Games and Acquire, a team with ninja credentials dating back to the Tenchu series.
Oh, art streams. You must have knocked something out of the wires. You see it was her. Damn it.
First in-person look at Dark Plates 2.0. Overall, really good. We got a pretty nice kind of matte finish on it. What else can we say about it? We can apply V-Brand skin. This is totally not how you're supposed to do it. Pretty slick, huh? Man, it makes this thing so much more of like a blend in with your home theater looking device, hey?
modifying to crack his system. Let's take it out.
We are the children of water, born of the goddess. You filthy creatures, faithless, soulless, unclean. This world was never yours to keep. How dare you stand in the way of purity, little king?
Our newest racer has arrived! Welcome to the Galactic League! Since you're here, why not take part in a friendly exhibition race?
Impeding! Impeding! If they weren't holding me back right now, I'd have you frozen in carbonite! Brace yourself!
Bond is immature and reckless. He's a bad influence on the other recruits who inexplicably fall victim to his charm.
Look, I know where this is going. Do you mind telling me why I'm here?
I would like you to join His Majesty's Secret Service.
You what?
I know all about your exploits in Iceland.
I strongly believe that there is a need for such heart and intuition in modern spycraft. That's the very reason I'm bringing back the Double O's.
Need I state the obvious? He is not ready.
Jibs,
The service is over.
You're a rare breed, Bond. I should be interested to see what you do next.
009 will employ every manner of subterfuge to avoid capture.
Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Me? Housekeeping, I presume?
You seem the kind of guy who knows what he likes.
So you won't do anything stupid?
Of course not. I'm not an idiot.
Agents have very short life expectancy. And if you do get caught, we will deny ever having heard of you. How does that sound?
When do I start?
This webbing on the floor looks like some kind of arc conductor.
I'm Peter Brown. I manage the game content team within Third Party Portfolio. We evaluate games coming from publishers all over the world, from indie to AAA. Those of us in the Third Party Portfolio team travel the world and meet with our partners. And it's even more exciting for me when those partners have been foundational to my own love of video games. And Konami is definitely one of those partners. I think a lot of people remember Konami for being with PlayStation in the very beginning, taking some amazing franchises that everyone already knew and loved and injecting them with new technology and new ways of designing video games that we haven't thought of before. We were really impressed when Konami approached us with their list of announcements for today's State of Play. So to mark the occasion, we wanted to try something a little different. We join you today from Konami Creative Front Tokyo Bay, not only to share some really exciting reveals for upcoming games, but also spotlight some of the key talent behind them. We're really excited about the diverse lineup they've brought today, and we hope you will be too. Enjoy.
There's one more thing I must do. One last punishment I must endure.
Outer Heaven. He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers.
Will you do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
How long is my body gonna hold out?
When all of this is over, you'll have no choice but to accept death.
This is my final mission.
So began the war between Zero and Big Boss.
Do you understand, Snake? Any means necessary. Just stop Liquid's insurrection.
Liquid!
Guns of the Patriots!
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged. Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. As our deterrent.
Yes. You simply said Jack. Over and over.
Boss. Is that you?
Answer me! Bahamut!
メタルギアシリーズ制作プロデューサーの岡村則明です。メタルギアファンの皆様、大変お待たせいたしました。プレイステーション3向けのみで発売されていたメタルギアソリッド4ガンズ・オブ・ザ・パトリオットがプレイステーション5でついに遊べるようになります。加えてプレイステーションポータブル、プレイステーション3向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドピースウォーカーを含むメタルギアコレクションシリーズの第2弾となっております。メタルギアサーガのラストを飾る伝説の作品を最新ハードでぜひ体感してください。そして、現在発売中のメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1につきましても最後のアップデートを実施いたします。初代プレイステーション向けに発売されたメタルギアソリッドには高解像度設定を追加し、ご覧のように映像が美しく文字も読みやすくなりました。またメタルギアソリッド3スネークイーターについてもさらなる高解像度化を実現しております。本日よりアップデート配信開始となりますので、この機会にぜひメタルギアソリッドマスターコレクションボリューム1も体験してみてください。さらに、今回の発表を記念いたしまして、メタルギアシリーズの始まりの物語メタルギアソリッドデルタスネークイーターも特別なセールを実施しています。50% オフという大変お求めやすい価格で購入できますので、この機会にぜひ楽しんでください。これからもメタルギアシリーズの展開にご期待ください。そして最後にこちらの映像をご覧ください。
Idiots run enemies into you.
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty, by the grace of God, the King of France. So now, we appeal to you, Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
You and the captain came back. That's nice.
ご覧いただきありがとうございます。キャッスルバニアベルモンドカースプロデューサーの谷口努です。今回見ていただいた映像はキャッスルバニアシリーズ40周年記念第1弾となるキャッスルバニアベルモンドカースのアナウンス映像です。これまで我々のチームは 多くの方にキャッスルバニアに触れていただきたいという思いで、シリーズの過去作を最新ハードでプレイしていただけるように、いくつかのコレクションタイトルを配信してきました。また、多くの素晴らしいパートナーとコラボレーションにも取り組んでまいりました。そして、やっと本日、新しいゲームについて皆様に報告できるところまで来ました。そのことがすごく嬉しいです。今回のタイトルでは、イビルエンパイア、モーションツインという才能と情熱に溢れる、シリーズへの愛を持ったスタジオとともにプロジェクトに取り組んでいます。これまでのシリーズらしさを大切にしながらも、新しいアイデアと現代的なゲームプレイを取り入れることで、キャラクターのアクションはよりダイナミックで、爽快に仕上がっています。シリーズファンの方はもちろん、ぜひ、遊んでくださいと思っておりますが、まだキャッスルバニアに触れたことがないっていう方にも、ぜひ楽しんでほしいです。発売は2026年を予定しておりますので、続報を楽しみにお待ちください。
Listen to me. You can't stay in this room forever. I can't stay in this room forever. I know this is going to be hard. But you have to come back to me. Come back to me, Simon.
God sends forth its champions. The challenge is met. Our blood flows together. May it lead to unity.
I woke up in the water again. But this time it's different. I keep trying to fix what happened. But no matter what I do,
You can't fix it. It doesn't let us change things. You did what you did.
A world shrouded by lightfall. Shining drops of light that bring death as they fall.
Let's begin our journey.
Those were Her Majesty's words.
I'm going to defeat you here and stop the Lightfall.
皆さんこんにちは。プロデューサーの門井です。ティザートレーラーの方はいかがでしたでしょうか。レブノワールは完全新作の JRPG です。私自身を含め JRPG を愛し続けてきたメンバーが情熱を持って開発したタイトルとなります。仲間との出会い、成長、そして JRPG には大事な心揺さぶられるような展開、こちらを大事にしてナラティブというものを表現しようと突き進めております。新しい冒険が始まるというワクワク感、ぜひ楽しんでいただけると思います。今日、お届けした映像は本当に一部の一部で、レブノワール続報がこれからもどんどん出ていくと思いますので、ぜひ、楽しみにお待ちいただければと思います。
A man with your skill set must be able to move unconstrained, unrestricted. He must be versatile, capable, adaptable. He must be grounded, stable, constant. I believe you are ready, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, New Cascadia. This is Joy, your community outreach liaison. It's a lovely day outside. It's quiet. Very quiet. Rainfall is expected to begin in the early afternoon and last until a long time. For those who did not wake, your restless dreams endure. So small among the stars. Breathe softly. Do not worry. Peace is upon you. And I am here to walk with you into its embrace.
Mayday! 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 This is General David Greed of the New Cascadia colony on Tau 74. Whoever's listening, whatever's out there, we need anything. Weapons, supplies, a way out, a way back. Mayday, Mayday. This is David Greed. Tau Ceti. I feel like
Feel like I'm praying. We've had to do things to survive. Things I never would have. We're monsters. We're all monsters.
Embrace.
Embrace.
What's this?
Embrace. Embrace.
What's this?
Embrace.
Embrace.
Mayday! 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 Mayday!
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Ziegler and I'm the game director on Marathon. Today we're excited to announce our Server Slam from February 26th through March 2nd, where you can join us on Tau Ceti and help test Marathon on PlayStation 5 and other platforms. Our Server Slam features an introduction to the survival gameplay of Marathon, giving you a chance to explore the dangerous world of Tau Ceti and unlock rewards for the full release on Thursday, March 5th. For all PlayStation Plus players, we're also excited to share a collection of unique weapon charms that pay homage to some of our favorite PlayStation games, including Helldivers 2, Death Stranding 2, and Ghost of Yotei, all available at launch. From everyone here at Bungie, thank you for joining us on this journey. We'll see you on Tau Ceti starting February 26th.
Hey, I'm Brett.
And I'm Kristen. Thanks to Bungie for that new look at Marathon, coming to PS5 on March 5th, with the Server Slam running February 26th through March 2nd.
Now let's check in on what's coming to PlayStation Plus over the next few months. Up first, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 swings into game catalog next week. Developed by Insomniac Games in collaboration with Marvel Games, be greater together as Peter Parker and Miles Morales. Let's go! In this thrilling sequel, the Spider-Men must balance their personal and heroic responsibilities while protecting the city from iconic villains.
All Miles talks about is how to be a better Spider-Man. How to help you.
Marvel's Spider-Man 2 joins the PlayStation Plus game catalog on February 17th.
The PlayStation Plus Classics catalog welcomes two fan favorites over the next few months, starting with Tekken Dark Resurrection, a fantastic fighting game that originally released on PSP. PlayStation Plus Premium members can expect to revisit this handheld classic in March.
The original PlayStation version of Time Crisis brings arcade action to the Classics catalog in May. This version also offers gyroscopic aiming with the DualShock 4 or PS5 DualSense controller, simulating the original light gun experience.
Big Walk is a cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking. Hang out and get lost with your friends in an open world full of challenges, puzzles, and playful discoveries. That's all for me and Brett, but we still have a lot more cool stuff to show you, including brand new Soros gameplay.
Housemarque's next action game releases April 30th, and creative director Gregory Loudon has even more systems and combat to break down. Let's take a look.
What is that for you, Arjun? Finishing the mission. Keeping people safe. Oh, Arjun. I know you better than that.
Hey everyone, I'm Gregory Loudon,
creative director at Housemarque. Today, we're excited to show off our Comeback Stronger features and Eclipse gameplay running on PlayStation 5. In Saros, you step into the shoes of Arjun Devraj, performed by the brilliant Rahul Kohli, who is discovering the hostile shape-shifting planet of Carcosa. As you encounter a variety of ever more brutal hostiles, death is inevitable. But in Saros, death only means that you will come back stronger. Welcome to the Passage. You are not on your own. Interacting with the survivors of Echelon 4 will help you understand the mysteries of Carcosa.
I can't believe so many are gone.
They didn't all die. Some of them changed.
This is Primary, the voice of Soltari. Here you can engage with our permanent progression systems to upgrade your armor's attributes and acquire special perks. With Carcosan modifiers, you can adjust your experience by, for example, making hostiles tougher, weaker, or even removing the second chance ability entirely. However, all adjustments you choose must be kept in balance to ensure a consistent challenge level. Primary also allows you to teleport directly to any biome that you have unlocked. This means getting back into the action quicker. It also means easier replayability the further you get into the world. Using the teleport, you can now quickly restart the selected biome and get back to where you were. And now it's time to take another shot at what killed you the first time around. Eventually, you come across an alien device. By using it, you discover that it calls the Eclipse. The Eclipse corrupts the world. It's a complete escalation of our gameplay, our audio, and our visuals on Carcosa. Hostiles now shoot corrupted projectiles, which reduce your maximum armor integrity, but you can restore it by using your power weapon. Weapons and artifacts also become corrupted, which alters them in both positive and negative ways, which ramps up the challenge. We can't wait for you to play Saros when we launch on April 30, 2026.
The air trembles. Mother Earth herself senses the coming battle. The world may hate us, we still have to see it.
A true team is unbreakable! You cannot stand against the storm. Feel the power of Mother Earth!
Let me at them, Storm. Limbo is waiting, and I'm starving for your soul! Time to end this!
I've got this one. I'll show you how the X-Men get it done. You're cooked, Bob.
Initiating attack. I am all that remains of Shi'ar technology. Prepare to be disassembled. Surrender to avoid further danger.
Let's finish this!
We are stronger! Together!
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ最新のトレーラーお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。本当にお待たせしてしまいましたけども、こうして一番初めに X-Men のチームトレーラーを発表できたこと本当に嬉しく思っています。
We're super stoked to introduce the mutants as the newly formed unbreakable X-Men into the world of Marvel TOCON.
マジックは中間距離を大きな剣で制しながらテレポーテーションで裏回りしたりなど多彩なトリッキーな動きをすることができます。
Think of Wolverine as an unstoppable savage tank. Some of his claw swipes have armor on them, so he's literally going to be able to shred through opponents' attack.
デンジャーは、体のいろんな部分をですね武器に変形して戦うことができるキャラクターです。
She's trained the X-Men over years through battle simulation. So as a zoner in this game, she's going to set up so many traps that her opponents are going to feel like they're running an obstacle course.
トレーラーの冒頭では新たに紡がれるマーベルユニバース闘魂オリジナルストーリーの映像を含めさせていただきました。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズ20キャラクターのプレイヤブルを実装しまして2026年8月6日に発売いたします。
Pre-orders open next week, so please check out our variety of editions and goodies, and we can't wait to share with you some more info.
Please check it out and
stay tuned.
Guardian, scouts report that Taken and Lucent Hive are fighting to take this pass. We cannot allow them to gain a foothold in this area. Take them out.
Wizard up ahead. It's not attacking us, but I think it's the source of that sludge blocking our way. It worked! The wizard's down and the way is clear.
Good work. If those Ahamkara prove to be helpful, you should look for opportunities to use them.
We've got a tormentor here. It's not going to let us just walk past it. It's on the run, but we've wounded it. It won't get far.
Guardian, between you and me, I like Zavala's moxie, but this ain't him. Ikora's right to be worried. I got a bad feeling too.
Enemy signature incoming. It's gone. For now, at least. This town looks like it could have been abandoned yesterday. Taken signatures. They're everywhere. That did it. The sludge is draining. I have finally caught up to us.
Excellent work. Perhaps next time the Taken and Lucent Hive will think twice about trying to seize territory here.
Which of the fucking three? You can only have one. I don't have enough to buy more than one. So the choice is, which character do you want the full set to take an armor for? You monkey. Why do I suck that? Fuck off. I did my best, right? You've got all the stuff from the stuff from the stuff, including all the stuff that the you know, the little crappy things give too. These don't give anymore for this week. And I have done all of these. The only way to possibly get more Bright Dust, technically, is to get the 30 per day as well. So that means playing every day. And that would net you a grand total of 30 times 7, which is... Right? Would it have made a difference? 210. No, it wouldn't have. So, I don't know which character you actually want the full Taken set on. Do you want it on your fucking Hunter, Titan, or Warlock? Titan? Okay. What character am I on? Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna hit change character anyway. You just don't have enough to get the full set on all. It's because we haven't been doing the Bright Dust stuff, I guess, as well, all the time. Where am I going? Oh, the store. It's over here, isn't it? Somewhere. This one here. See, it costs 1,200. They made sure this is expensive. They really did. So that's gonna take 1,200. Flop. And you're 10 short of being able to afford 3 shaders, technically. Actually, we could get 10 Bright Dust tomorrow. Or after reset today. Right, as you can see, we're completely out of sources of Bright Dust now. I go to the ball. These are all done. These refresh in 3 hours, but these are only worth, like I said, these are only worth 10 each anyway. You could do these daily. These are not that bad. And get like 30 per day in addition to the weekly ones, which these are worth like, oh, what is it, like 150 each or something? But they're done for the week, we won't get any more. And then obviously this doesn't give any more because I've done, you know, too many. I did 50, remember, orders to do this. So eventually turning them all in, we got our Bright Dust. So and then we got the 450 from here and the 200 from here. So that was all the Bright Dust we got basically. Like the entire weekly rewards path is done again, like normal. If I do these 3, this gets done to 20 from 0 anyway. So yeah, it takes about 3 hours ish, depending on what you have to do. Last time was 3.5. It's about 3 hours this time. It's the same diff, right? 3 hours, 10 minutes. What to do? Not in the rewards pass. It's just, like we've collected all the Bright Dust from in the rewards pass already too. This is like a large portion. We would have another rewards pass by now, by the way, because we would have had a new DLC. So there would have been a new rewards pass active, but they pushed it back, so we don't even have the new rewards pass to claim more garbage from it. Because there's tons of Bright Dust in these, by the way. So that sucks. Well done. I am downloading, what's it called? Because I want to play that later. In the background, where is it? I was downloading High on Life too, see? On Xbox. I'll clear their postmasters, Mark. I don't think the vault. I think the vault's fine. I don't think the vault's in danger at all. It's not. I don't need to worry about the vault. This I need to worry about. The Warlock. I'll go fix that. The vault's got like 400 spaces in it. We're okay. We clear the vault when it's dangerous. No you haven't. You've got these engrams. I could go get these out, I guess. I'll pull these out too. There's not that much on here. The Warlock had most of it. This could have some Bright Dust in it if we're lucky. Maybe. This shit Adverse engram. Probably not, but we'll open it anyway. They have a chance of giving you Bright Dust, remember? And they can give you a small, medium, or large pile of Bright Dust randomly, or they could just give you other garbage, right? We'll go in the tower, that's why it's taking forever. In the meantime, let's see, what's the download progress on this? 52%. Wait, this is High on Life, not High on Life 2. Whoops, wrong one. How do I stop that downloading? Stop. Cancel. Wrong one. Oops. Where's the other one then? I know it's in Game Pass. I'll just go here. Pre-install? Okay, you can't play it yet, but I can install it. How big is this piece of crap? 80? Jesus. Bigger than the other one. Playable in 1 hour and 46 minutes. LOL.
Checking.
What's in here? Probably a bunch of garbage. Should I put the armor in the vault? The stuff that's not health armor? I probably should. Got health on it, I'll get rid of it. Oh, that's a 2-star armor, you can go anyway. And you're a 3-star armor, you can go in the bin. So are you. Okay, I need space. Health, bye-bye. Health focus, bye-bye. Nobody wants that shit. Health? Nope. There is a this game has a problem with health. I swear to God. Health and health focus. Yeah, fuck off. More health. I'm good. Health. Many health. Okay, whatever. This is trolling. Health, really? 2-star armor. More health. There's no health on that one. I feel sufficiently trolled. Okay. We don't need this. This is terrible. I don't even know if this was blocked. Came locked. I'll just leave it, yes. Okay. What's throw the non-health armor in the vault, just in case we ever need some more ferropotent armor or something for a build on the Warlock, you never know. I didn't want to put that. I hate the new vault, by the way. The way they've done it now, where you can't just click in here and dump stuff, you have to press the, the right stick in. Oh, sorry, the left stick in to switch mode. I know I don't have to go over there to the vault to do it, it's just a habit. Like, I'm used to going over there and just dumping shit in it.
Check. Check. Done, done, done. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
That's health. Bye-bye. So is that. It's almost like I'm spec'd to collect health, but I know we're not. Like, so fuck off, game. Just trolling us, I guess. Where is it? Oh, I want to go to the inventory, don't I? There we go. Equipped all this. This is the trial stuff, I think.
Anything for you?
Slideshot, opening shot, accurized. Barrel shroud? That's a really good PvP shotgun. Like, it actually is. We will keep that for random reasons, in case we have only shotgun something. Get me to this stupid thing.
Sure.
Is anything on that that's good? No, not really.
Expressions
Bye!
won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is...
Are you here for any particular reason? No, you're really not. Fine, I mean, this has got health on it, so it's going thin. This has got health focus. I tend to throw away health and health focus items, because fuck them. Is my answer.
Checking. Transfer.
That out. Take the trash out. That out.
Transfer.
Yeah. Alright. Go to the store. Give us bright dust, I dare you. It did not give us bright dust. Didn't care. Is there no way to, like, buy bright dust through, like, some sort of consumable? There really isn't. I'm surprised they don't do that, because they'd monetize it, just, to be little bitches and make money off it, but no. There's literally, if they sell something with bright dust, there's only so much bright dust you can get. And that's it. It used to come from bounties. We used to be able to get as much bright dust as we wanted. It would be very slow, but you used to be able to do it, if you know what I mean. You would have been able to grind out in the old system, enough for all three, helmets for all three characters. It just would have took, like, days.
Bye.
But you could have done it in a week. Now you just can't even do it, because none of the fucking bounties are around anymore, and they took them away and didn't replace them with anything. Because all the bonus bounties that you used to be able to buy for 3,000 gave bright dust. The little crappy bounties you used to be able to get. The ones we didn't mostly use for me XP. But they were still there. Anything here we want? This can be a good PvP handcan. Just depends what you rolls with. Looking for something in the magazine column that's decent. Haven't seen anything here.
As you would.
But yeah, Bungie are dickbags. We take away all our sources of bright dust, then wonder why nobody wants to fucking grind their game anymore. I wonder why. Took away all the incentive to sit here grinding. The XP, everything. Get rid of this. You any good? What are you? Adaptive? No, not really. And you've got health on you, so I'm just deleting you. What a surprise. No, it's good to know the character and make sure the random shit is clear. Where are we going? Warlock? We were just on the Warlock, weren't we? Fuck. Thought we were on the Titan. We were not. Yeah, I mean, they've systematically been taking everything away from the game that made the game decent. It's what they've been doing. These are all trial stuff. Okay. Go to the tower so I can make sure, because they're going to go to the postmaster. They're just taking away everything systematically that made the game remotely fun or, you know, broken in good ways. Like being able to level your over-level your character. I know we AFK'd, but a lot of the time we would just play the game to level up too. We would do weekly activities to get like all the pinnacle gear to level up. Took all that away. Doesn't matter anymore, really. It took away our weekly challenges and all. Anything we want to grind, they've taken away and be like, that's not fun. You can't have that.
Checking now.
It's so stupid. Just everything's health, really. Just everything that remotely we could. That's health too. I got rid of it. I don't know why I took it out. The postmaster should have deleted it. Everything we remotely would want, they just nuke, kill, delete, destroy. I don't know. No fun allowed. The Destiny way.
Isn't just a title. It's a promise.
No. I don't think so. Not that. This. What about this? What's on this? Not really. And then anything on the horror's least that's worth a damn? Not really. No.
Need something new?
Please, Bungie, take more of our shit away. There'll be no game left here. It's the shell of what it used to be. Oh, they sit there and try and sell you a marathon DLC for Destiny. What you want in this is like Firefly, and then if for a PV role, like one of the Strand perks, probably. None of them are here. You could have Firefly Explosive, which is the Fatebringer role, I guess, on this, technically. This isn't good. It's not bad. Not amazing. I'll leave that there for now. There's probably a better one somewhere, like here. Kinda. This one's got the tear Firefly roll I was talking about. What's this? What have we got here? Nope. Nothing on that. That's worth a damn. Goodbye. Health? Out of here. Health seems to drop a lot on stuff. For me not having, like, generally we have, like, Gunnaros, you know, or, like, something else equipped, you know, as the focus. Sure does drop a lot of fucking health armor for no reason.
Checking now.
What's this? Health? Fucked. And this is melee. Is there anything in here I can get rid of? No, you guys can just go in the fucking vault then. I'm just storing some armor just in case we want to make builds later on. Remember, sometimes when it goes over seasons, and eventually we are going to go to a new season, even if it's in the summer, right? the armor from the previous season's not acquirable. So just storing some of it isn't a bad idea, because that's, you know, that's why we didn't have, what's it called? We didn't kind of keep it, the last armor set. And it turns out it was better than the current armor set. You never know. Alright, let's go to the last character, clear that out. Don't take our ball away, Bungie, we want to kick it! You must play with our new shit ball. It's called Marathon. Health focus. Health. Closure. This is health. That's so much health, but let's equip, so I'll just leave it now. Whatever. What is in the inventory, I wonder? Just one piece of transgear. Health. Yeah. Gone. Alright, they're mostly cleared up, I think. I didn't use all of these. I don't think there's any point me turning these in. Unless you want this glimmer. Like, complete all conquest of the ground. Are these even all out yet? I don't even know. No, they're not. So stupid. Look, Warbrick shader. Sunrise Warrior. These are all terrible anyway. Princely Presence. What the fuck is this? Shiny. I don't know. Oh, we're carrying over about 890 Bright Dust anyway. Potentially we could get another like 30 per day if you really give a shit about the Bright Dust. For the next like 4 days. Seems like you kind of need Bright Dust at the moment because you keep buying the Taken shit. I'm assuming there's another piece of Taken armor going on sale next week. So you're going to need another fucking 1,200, aren't you? Which means I'm going to be doing stupid shit again. No, because... No. Because you need the... What's it called? Don't you? The... I don't know, actually. Let me look. Where is it? Fucking forget where everything is these days. Is it in Journey? Yeah, it is. No, we need all of these to be available. They've just been doing them weekly. I don't know why they're not here. They should eventually release them all, and we can just do them all. If you know what I mean. These should have been all available by now. Like, they should have all been in the seasonal hub. They just haven't updated it. Like, where are they? There's only 2 of them in here, and these have been completed. Like, where's the rest of them? We legitimately just don't have the rest of them that we need to get rank 11. The other 4 of these are not out. I think. That's cool. Not really. Like, I miss when there was like a Nightfall here and stuff like that made sense. Now you can't even tell, you know, what's where. Unless you go here, I guess. This is not relevant anymore, is it? They need to fix this UI. They need to just bin the portal and clean up this. These two could be put in a sub-menu, right? On the Earth itself. So could the tower, technically, but I'd leave it in the middle just because, right? They should fold Savathun's throne world into Mars, Neptune into Jupiter, Europa into Saturn. If the I mean, there's not enough stuff here. They just need to. The pole needs to burn. Like, I get what they were trying to do. They didn't do it properly. Everyone's got a bad taste in their mouth from it. Delete it. Get this planet, the Lawless Frontier, which is, and put these on the director where they're supposed to be, right? This is Mars. This is this Europa, I think, and this is Io, right? I think, based on the color of them. Why is Io so bigger than Mars, by the way? Because it's not. I just like to point. Is this Venus actually? No, this is Venus actually. I'm a liar. Venus is bigger than Mars. That's fine, right? I forgot. I forgot Venus even existed, right? They should put Venus back in the director, put Volta Glass back on it, and restore the patrol zone. They might as well. They might as well do as a free update and bring back, you know, and bring back Mars's patrol zones too from D1. Like, fuck it. They could get the whole of the D1 game back in here really easily and then put the story mode from D1 in and eventually restore D2 story mode and just call this Destiny. Instead of just deleting all our content. They don't want to, because they don't want to spend the money to do it. They're too busy faffing around with shitathon. You know which shitathon I'm referring to. The new DLC for Destiny, look. Pre-order now to unlock a special UESC resource pack. Yeah, woo! I don't even know what the fuck this is. This is Edge of Fate and Renegades. Why is it showing this to us when there's Edge of Fate? Well, there's Renegades. Remember, we got a really cheap deal where we got all these DLCs for cheaper than the Renegades DLC was by itself because they were so desperate because the game was in dog shit state. So there was a big sale going on. We literally got everything for like 30 quid or less, I remember. Fucking stupid. Oh god. I don't know. I don't know anymore. They need to change this to not obtainable by bounties, because fuck you, we took them away. That's what it should say now. It says you have 1,500 silver on other platforms, by the way. I'm assuming that's PlayStation. You can buy Marathon. Actually, you might be able to. How much is... I'm not buying it, by the way. I'm just looking. Does it not tell me? It'll tell me now if I go in here. How much silver is Marathon? Oh no, it just does cash. Okay. Let's get that out the cart. Remove. Get the fuck out. I thought it would have a silver value. It doesn't. They didn't go that far. That's funny. Genuinely thought it would have a silver value. It would be like 3,500 silver or something. It would actually, no, it'd be like 3,000 if it was I'm not buying it immediately. I'm gonna play the playtest weekend, see if it's actually worth a shit, which it probably isn't, and then ignore it for the rest of time until I give it away free. Like, I'll play the free weekend just to see if they've actually improved anything at all. Spoiler alert, probably not. Right? I mean, on that teaser trailer, I did watch the PlayStation State of Play on my other monitor while I was doing the Destiny stuff. I think we saw the thing in Marathon, actually, in the Steam store. Hang on. Yeah, this is the State of Play advert. This looks like garbage. Their previous adverts with the, you know, the bop, bop, bop music and like the strange, eerie stuff was much better than this advert. You can't hear it, so I don't care. You know what I'm talking about? The weird, eerie music they had going on in the previous ones was much better than this. And like the, you know, the poetry and the like weird sorts of stuff going on. They've all ditched it though because they got called out for it. Those system requirements look very similar to Destiny 2, so I wonder why. Actually, are they similar? Hang on. Let's have a look. Let's go. Let's see if they. No, I don't want to go here. I want to go to the Steam store. How do I? Do I just open up? Hold on. I'll just open up the browser. No, not how. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this. Put it here. Alright, and then we're gonna go to Destiny 2. And we're gonna click on it. We're gonna go down to the system requirements. No, it's okay. They are different. I'm telling you now, though, these are not Destiny 2 system requirements anymore, because recommended on an i5-25, like, the game's not as optimized as it was when it came out. Like, a 2050 2GB won't even get you 30 FPS in current Destiny at 1080p. And, like, memory 6GB of RAM, that's... no. No. It uses like 3GB of VRAM alone, so just having 6GB, no. It wouldn't run on 8 either. What does Marathon say? Marathon says 8 and 16. Yeah, that sounds about more like what Destiny runs like now. This is DirectX 12 though. Destiny's DirectX 11, isn't it? Is that the difference? They don't tell you. Destiny's like DirectX 11 or DirectX 9. I think it's 11. So they have moved the engine onto DirectX 12, which just means it's gonna stutter like hell on everything, but you never know. I just don't understand the design of like these shit guns and everything, where they look like they're glued together with plastic. Like they make these pretty environments, and then the guns and characters look like shit. And then they decided, hey, let's. Do you know what I mean? The actual environment on Marathon, now that I've seen it, you know, they've patched it up, looks really pretty. Like, you know, like Destiny Patrol Zone pretty, right? They got these, like, fucking Roblox guns in it. And characters that look like fucking Transformers. Because I can't say the other word, because I'll fucking get cancelled. Optimus Prime. Roll out. Anyway, this, you will not let me play this now. I guarantee if I click play, this will not play. I'm gonna click it just for the fun of it. It's gonna tell me off. Yeah, it's not ready to play yet. Okay. It is an hour and 19 minutes away. I did say it was 3. This comes out. High on Life 2, let's go! By the way, this is an Unreal Engine 4 game, and it's gonna run like shit. It's gonna be amazing. The previous game was Unreal Engine 5. Sorry, the previous game was Unreal Engine, the old Unreal Engine. This is gonna be like the latest Unreal Engine. It's gonna run like crap. Actually, you know what? I guarantee someone's looked into it already. Let's have a look. We will go looking. Let's see. There's got to be some reviews or something. Aha.
Get Virgin Media's smooth M125 broadband for under £24 a month.
Hey, it's High on Life 2, a game with lots of talking guns and large, crazy arenas, skateboards, and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. I'm John Linneman. We're here to talk about this game today. This is the newest game from Squanch Games, running Unreal Engine 5. And Oliver, you've been playing on console. I've been playing on PC.
Like shit.
There's a lot to talk about, right?
Yeah, I do like myself some talking guns, I suppose. And this is a fun game, definitely an interesting game in some ways that I did not quite expect.
I'm going to stop this right here. This is incredibly low resolution for some reason, and I can see it in her fucking hair here. And then in motion, this looks really fucking pixelated too for some reason.
Yes, indeed. And this is one of those games where the guns seem to have more emotional baggage than the player himself.
You can already see it's low resolution.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about today, but before we get into it, a quick word from our sponsor.
With over 38 million users, back to the video.
That was indeed a quick word, but now we're here to talk about High on Life 2. Oliver, you and I have both been playing this game. I've been playing it on PC, as I noted. You're on the consoles. I really like this game so far. Before we get into the tech, I just want to talk a little bit about the game itself.
Okay.
And I like your comparison here. In the notes, you wrote that there's influences from Halo, the new Doom games. There's a little bit of Sunset Overdrive, maybe some BioShock Infinite.
It looks a lot brighter than the other
when
one,
you actually put all those things together,
in the other game.
I see exactly where you're coming from. It's got this like sort of high-flying, acrobatic sort of feel to it. That I really, really enjoy. The skateboard is an awesome addition. I didn't think it would work in first person, but it absolutely does. It's a lot of fun. You're moving quick, grinding rails, jumping from rail to rail, hitting half pipes while dealing with enemies. It actually genuinely works well. The gunplay is indeed more Halo-like, where you're getting in close, you're dealing with foes both at close and far range. It definitely has that kinetic feel to it. This is not a Call of Duty style shooter, which I very much like.
It's interesting you mentioned all those influences because I certainly felt them while I was playing.
Wait, did he really just say that? Like, he just said he read his outline for the game and named his sources that he said, and then he said, yeah, I really felt that, I agree with you. He only said it because he read your outline. Okay, whatever. They're both idiots.
But I think the key here is that even though that kind of sounds like a bit of a mouthful, something to wrap your head around that's a little bit challenging, it actually plays very smoothly because like when you use the skateboard, which you activate just by pressing the left stick, so it's kind of like an alternative sprint there. You kind of snap to rails instantly, and it has a really strong magnetism to it, so you snap to them from fairly far away. And it's very easy to just go around the environment, hit rails, hit things without really thinking about it too much, and be able to actually engage in these big combat sequences in these wide open gameplay arenas without actually needing to navigate it. It's not quite as technical as something like...
This is not going to be 1080p on console at 60. If they have a performance mode in this game, it's going to be sub 1080p. I'm calling it now. Because it's Unreal Engine 5 and this runs like shit on like everything. Remember Borderlands?
Titanfall, for instance, which requires a bit more maneuvering, or certainly something like Mirror's Edge, which is obviously much more built around its traversal mechanics. In this case, it's kind of incidental to the experience. And I did really feel like those new Doom influences, those Halo influences, all throughout, I think it's a very flexible and fast shooting game. And it's actually surprisingly fun. The first game was quite good in that respect as well, but I think this is just dialed up in terms of polish. Just like the first game, it's also broken up a little bit by puzzles. So you have these short little puzzles in kind of a Metroidvania style.
Yeah, okay, no. Go back. 1 sec.
First game, it's also broken up a little bit by puzzles. So you have these short little puzzles.
100% that's 720p. Oh my god, look at the fucking edges. The lower the resolution you go, right, the more you can see when you do circular objects, for example, right, you can see like the stair step edges because it can't make a smooth curve because there's not enough lines or pixels to exist. That's 720p or lower. That might be lower. I don't know. Like what they're playing this on, look at it. You can see it here, and look how blurry all this is back here too. This is really low resolution with TAA, right? This is using like temporal. This is Unreal Engine 4's temporal super resolution, right? It's blurring the fuck out back there.
In kind of a Metroidvania style in some cases, where you gain new abilities, you can unlock previously explored areas, things like that. You also get these just
No. Look at this. You can even see Jax like there, along here. You can see it like along these edges. It's
short little puzzles using these blob-like characters that you manipulate in different ways.
Well, you can see it on like when he's walking too. You can see like the pixel crawl on the chairs and everything.
That's perhaps a little bit of a break from the action, but of course this game is kind of defined by its humor, as was the first game. I found it kind of amusing, which is also how I found the first game, but I found the humor a little bit more assessed here. It doesn't try to get in your face quite as much, I would say. And there are also some recognizable voice actors in here, at least to me, like Richard Kind, Ken Marino, and Ralph Ineson, who played Sid in Final Fantasy XVI. People remember him from that role. Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure how I feel about the humor overall, but at least as a narrative device and as a mechanism for pushing the story forward, I actually think it works well, and perhaps it works better than some other plots in other games that are a
By the
little
way,
bit
the
more
good news is
cerebral.
from that console footage, that's 60 FPS on console, but it's not a high resolution. That might not be
And
Series
involve
S
political
because it's 60.
machinations and things
I'm
like
gonna
this.
be honest.
This is a little bit simpler and easier to relate to, perhaps.
I mean, obviously, it wears its Rick and Morty influences on its sleeves. I mean, that's the whole point of Squanch games in a way.
That might be base PlayStation
but
4, 5,
as you kind of noted, I do feel it's slightly more subdued than the original in a way that I found tasteful. The humor's fun if you're into that. I actually thought it was pretty entertaining. I enjoyed it, but it's not quite as grating at times, shall we say. So I think it's a success on that front. And just the overall presentation, the feel of everything, the way they run through it. We can't talk about everything in here, but there's some amazing stuff with switching between scenes very quickly that happens in the game at certain points. And it's impressive that it all works so well on this engine. So, and speaking of engine, as I noted earlier, High End Life 2 is indeed Unreal Engine 5, but of course, we've seen a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games at this point and kind of know what to expect. But even still, Oliver, why don't you lay out sort of the details in terms of which UE5 features are leveraged in this game?
Yeah, so High on Life 2 is a very conventional UE5 game, in a good way, in this case, in the sense that it's using all the kind of key systems. So we're seeing like Lumen, Nanite, and VSM here, all the key kind of UE5 signature systems. So that means really high quality diffuse indirect lighting with lots of interesting color contribution and satisfying occlusion, glossy surfaces are reflective and provide a decent reflection of the environment even when when that detail is occluded from screen space. Pop-in is quite minimal because the world geometry doesn't use discrete LODs, it's relying on nanite. There is some visible pop-in here and there from other elements, but it's not too bad. And shadows are accurate looking and don't have obvious cascade lines because they're using VSM. But this isn't kind of like a UE5 best practices exemplar necessarily, because they're doing some things that are a bit unusual. So the first thing is they're using a lot of very mirror-like reflective surfaces with not very many imperfections. So that's fine, and in other games that wouldn't necessarily be a cause for concern. But here, because they are using software lumen, get that really low quality SDF-based lumen scene representation in full view, which is like totally largely static. It has all these blobby outlines on things that doesn't look very good at it, right?
I would say, Oliver, it's like the thing is, some of these areas reminded me of Ratchet and Clank for PS5.
Yeah.
Where they do a lot of similar things, but in that case, the way they handled reflections in that game produced much cleaner results, similar to the Spider-Man games. Where here, using software lumen with the SDFs, it sort of just reveals the flaw in it, and that's unfortunate. And we'll talk about the PC version later, but unfortunately it does not support hardware lumen,
right?
Which means you are stuck with the SDF representation as opposed to the full polygon tracing, which would have looked a lot better.
Yeah, with a game like Ratchet and Clank, you get a pretty high quality representation of the scene with like relatively accurate lighting, and importantly skinned meshes, so you see the characters going around and whatnot. And here it's just like totally not that. It's better than a cube map, but it's not really
for sure
something that holds up to like super close inspection there. Secondly, and this is a little bit more befuddling for me, is they use screen space contact shadows very extensively. Now, these are great choices, I think, in a lot of games. I really like their screen space shadows because they use them for a lot of small scale detail. That wouldn't normally fit well into a normal shadow map, or in the case of VSM would be like pretty expensive, right? Like rivets or rocks or blades of grass, things like that. Where if you're seeing the shadow, you're probably almost certainly seeing the casting object as well, because there's not much space and screen space between those two things. So screen space and inaccuracies aren't a problem. But here, they're kind of using them all over the place, even for big things like trees, I saw, bridges, all kinds of stuff. Even. Characters. Lots of scenes.
Dude, that's a huge problem too, because you have a character that's like relatively far from the wall,
right?
And if you look at it from one angle, you see his screen space shadow with the VSMs as well, but then you occlude him from your camera view and you just see that shadow wipe off, and it doesn't look good.
Yeah, and it's like, this is the kind of thing where, again, in most games I like their use of screen space shadows, but in this case it's just a weird choice. It just seems like a weird choice that's very probably very intent on preserving performance, but it feels like the wrong application of screen space shadows to me. But yeah, those are my only real complaints. There's some.
Here's my question. Why didn't they just do big shadow maps? Because this is a shooter game. They're not doing time of day, right? So they're not trying to like simulate the sun moving or anything, right? So the best thing you can do is fix the sun in place and then just bake the shadows in and then compile, like Destiny does, by the way. Destiny does this, compile the shadows as part of the map, right? And if you do a good enough job, I mean, it looks pretty okay. And it's very cheap to do. It just takes a lot of time to compile maps. That's why Destiny is always whining about them like changing things on maps, because they have to recompile the maps every time they move like a single thing, right? It takes like, it used to take like 24 hours for them to compile a map. It's a lot quicker now. The computer hardware is going so much better in the past 10 years.
Minor issues with like foliage snapping into an animated state. We saw that with Borderlands 4 and also with The Outer Worlds 2. That pops up in some places, but it's not as obnoxious, at least in the levels that I saw.
It's like,
overall, I think this is a great looking current gen game. And if you go back to the first game, you
also,
really
what the fuck is this gun?
see those limitations of UE4. Those are brought into full exposure here by contrast with the second game. You get the glowing characters, you get lots of pop in, you get lots of ugly looking screen space effects. Obviously those are also in the second game, but probably to a lesser extent. And the shadows can be really low quality. In High on Life 2, I think you see a consistently higher quality presentation.
I mean, okay, I'll give him this on High on Life 1. The shadows are like flickering.
Some of that probably comes down to higher budgeted art, and just more resources to
Also, High on Life 1 looks a lot duller, right?
work with there, but probably a lot of it comes down to that much enhanced lighting presentation actually bringing out the fidelity in the artwork that was there.
Like,
that
this
is
looks a lot brighter, and there's a lot more stuff going on. I'll give him that.
there in this game. So it's a satisfying look, and it kind of has a bit of a CG-like look at times. Not always, but certainly in these outdoor areas.
By the way, they've improved the animations of the guns, like animating when he's walking.
That are nicer lit. It can have a really pleasant looking
So they're
appearance.
not like stiff.
I agree, and I feel like they've
they, like, flex and
successfully
move
sort
now.
of captured the look that you can see that they wanted to achieve in the original.
Yeah.
But were limited by the nature of Unreal Engine 4. This does genuinely pull it off, and since it's not going for photorealism, but instead that CGI-like appearance, I actually think it's more successful than some of the UE5 games we have seen have been. And it's genuinely very attractive, and because of Lumen, all the characters and environments feel
This is my favorite dentist hack to clean my retainer. If you wear a retainer every night like I do, you know how hard it is to keep it
sort of like properly integrated in a way, right? And some of the dramatic lighting and everything.
Yeah, the problem is, right, this is so low resolution, I can see this, like, jiggling, right? As it
Really
moves.
works together to
Like,
create
you
some
can literally see, like, it blurring out and fucking fuzzing up, and then, like,
excellent results.
great.
So I'm very happy with what
Very
they've done there. The animation, of course, is good as well. And everything just looks super smooth. They've done that thing where a lot of objects,
Wish they'd tell
when
you
you
what
look
it's
closely at
captured on
them,
when they're
you
showing it,
can't
'cause
really visibly see
love to know what's
polygon
running this
meshes
right
or
now.
edges.
This is
It
not
just
the
has
Pro
that
for sure,
perfectly round CGI look to it, which is obviously the intent. So they've really succeeded on that front, and I think this game just it's awesome looking. And they got things right, like even though the weapons are very weird, like their positioning on the screen and the way they move and animate, I think is very satisfying in a way. And that's very important to a shooter like this. You want it to feel great, and it does. So it's a good looking game. I'm happy with most of their decisions, and I think you are as well. But of course, they're shipping this on many platforms, or at least multiple
Let me see
platforms.
the
So for now, it's
platforms.
the PlayStation 5 systems, the Xbox systems, and PC. So that's like 4 different console platforms there, plus PC. You tested it on
Series X, Series
consoles.
X,
What did you
PlayStation
find?
base,
Let's
and
start with PlayStation 5.
Yeah, so I actually played the game predominantly on PS5 because that seems to be the platform that people are very interested in.
This is 720p. This is PS5. This is 720 or lower, right? And I can tell because I saw those lights and they were like fucking stair-stepping. Oh
And obviously
my
the
God.
PS5 is kind of our
base
starting point for a
PlayStation.
lot of these console titles here. So on PS5, I'd say that image quality isn't horrible when we look at the settings, but it isn't great either.
Look,
It's a UE
I can see it like crawling here and here and here and here and here and here. Like
5 game, and it's using
Look at this!
TSR for an upscaling, and it's targeting 60 FPS, so something had to give.
This might actually be lower than 720p. Oh my god, is he going to tell us?
There's no quality mode in this title. It's just that 60 FPS targeting, basically equivalent of a performance mode in this case. And the shots I looked at came in at about 720p internally in typical play.
It's actually 720p. It looks worse than 720p to me, but he says it's 720. Rip PlayStation 5.
DRS in the mix as well. I think possibly some DRS in the mix, or perhaps I'm just a little bit imprecise in my counts.
You know what I just noticed? 75% render scale of 720p is not 720p. I hope there's a day one patch that fits.
Because there was some variance.
Look at this.
The game also has a really curious option in the settings that's a render scale option,
Look at this.
which at default is 75% and scales up to 200%. But I don't think this does anything in the current build because both 200% scale and 75% scale both counted to about 720p internally for me in the shots I tested. But it's possible there's a screen percentage that's being set, and then maybe it's being overridden by DRS or some other behavior, right? So it could just be functioning in some weird way here. I'm not quite sure. Maybe if you play this game on PS6, it will expose, the true range of resolutions that's open to this title. But in theory, 75% should be about 1/8.
You might have to play on PS6 to get above 720p.
Pixels, I think, of a 200% scale, and obviously we're not seeing that delta here.
That's very strange, Oliver. Like the idea of including a render scale option in a console game.
I have a feeling that render scale option is going to disappear with the day one patch. That's something you put on PC. You don't usually put those in console games.
First of all, it isn't something I've really seen. And second of all, it seems like it doesn't even work. So that almost feels like a mistake.
It could also be, I know there's a patch coming in for this game that I don't think we've tested yet. It could be this is removed in that patch, or it could be that it changes behavior in that patch. I don't know. I'm just reporting the behavior as I currently see it.
Sure.
And as I've currently tested it, there is no difference here. So regardless of what you set that slider to, which doesn't make any... It kind of makes sense, doesn't really make sense. Anyways, little side detail. In performance terms, the game does target 60, but it can be...
Oh no. Base PlayStation, what are you doing? It's 720p and it's not even holding 60.
Quite unstable, particularly in larger fights. Larger gameplay scenes, city areas will run in like the 40s and 50s pretty often.
It's finally got to 60,
smaller areas will hit 60 much more consistently. So it's still mostly 60 FPS, but it's pretty wobbly, and that's not ideal. And when it does drop, sometimes you can feel some larger stutters. So if you're like running around the city, I shouldn't say running, I should say skateboarding around the city, obviously, rail grinding around the city, you will hit some bigger stutters in the mix, not just like your 33 millisecond frames, but your 50 millisecond frames, your 67 millisecond frames, whatever. It'll hit some of those larger stutters in there as well. So that's a bit of a negative behavior that we'll observe in some of the larger gameplay spaces too.
I mean, the areas look massive, right? Like compared to the first game. Like some of the places, the arenas are absolutely huge.
One quick question though, Oliver, did you get a chance to test this with the PS5's VRR option?
I did test a little bit with VRR. I don't have VRR capture for you here, but basically it had the kind of frame rate drops that you're seeing on screen here. It felt a little bit smoother, but I would actually say that in a lot of instances, because the nature of the game's frame rate drops seemed more CPU bound, especially in wide open areas during traversal and things like that, it still felt pretty unstable, I would say. It still did not feel that great on PS5, even though notionally it should be, somewhat smoother.
Okay, that's interesting. So it sounds like PS5 is overall pretty okay.
37
not perfect,
FPS.
but good enough, shall we say, which is nice to see. What about PS5 Pro? Do we have any evidence of PSSR, for instance? Anything else that separates the Pro? And what about performance?
Well, there's very, very obvious evidence of PSSR, because if you go into the settings, there's a toggle between temporal super resolution and Sony PSSR. So there is a toggle for PSSR in this title. I tested both. They both seem to render at about 792p internally, although it's possible again.
What? The fuck? So, base PlayStation...
DRS variants possibly in the mix there, possibly some sampling error there on my part. Possibly it's a little closer to PS5 than that number would indicate, but in any case, it's like a 720p class internal
I
resolution.
mean, at least Pissa is cleaning up, because it's AI upscaling. It's cleaning up some of this crawl that's going on. You can see here. This is the base PlayStation. This is the Pro, and then the. I mean, these
Not
look
much higher than
equally
PS5,
terrible, I'm gonna be
but they
honest.
trade off in some interesting ways, the TSR presentation and the PSSR presentation. So TSR tends to have like larger aliases on high contrast geometric edges, whereas PSSR has less of those, but more fundamental instability and noise, right? So if you look at the image, you're seeing that kind of salt and peppery pattern of noise everywhere and a little bit of softness in the image as well. In most of these exterior shots, there's not a huge difference. But when we look at more strongly indirectly lit scenes with a lot of interesting diffuse GI contribution, scenes with a lot of
Unreal Engine 5,
reflections,
baby.
PSSR has trouble resolving correctly the game's lighting, portraying it plausibly with the denoising. It tends to flicker and fizzle much more obviously. Here, Lumen is really designed around TSR. That's quite evident. I don't know how you chalk this one up, but it kind of seems pretty clear at this point that if you just put PSSR into a UE5 game, there's a good chance you're going to get worse results than the native TSR, and I think that's probably the case here, at least with respect to a lot of the game's lighting characteristics. I think it's just worse, so that's not very positive.
This is flickering to all living shit with Pissa. Like, I know that stuff has been flickering all over the face. This game, that's even worse. Like, you can see it's like chunked out and everything. Like, it's even worse. You're not supposed to use PSSR with Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 has its own scaler, which is called TSR, which is Temporal Super Resolution, right? And generally, TSR is actually really good. It works really well with Lumen, right? The problem is with this game at the moment is the base resolution on this game being 720 or 792p on the Pro. That's ridiculous, by the way. Remember, 1080p is like... Just bear in mind that your TV is 2160p. 4K.
Beyond that PSSR, TSR selection, it looks very similar to the base PS5.
I think I've got to, like, pull something out. Hang on. A visual representation of, Okay, this is what I'm looking for. So this is 8K. Ignore the 8K, right? This is 720p, and this image is being stretched to 2160p on your screen. This is why it matters that this is 720p, because even 1080p you can see is a quarter of the screen of 2160p when stretched, and 1440p is a little bit better, right? You can see 720p is like literally an eighth of the screen. This is being stretched all the way up to 2160p to be displayed at 2160p on the PlayStation, right? This is why it looks like dog shit in this video. By the way, this video is a 2160p video too, by the way, just so you know. This is 4K, right?
And performance is similar to the base PS5 as well. I think it's maybe a little bit smoother. Still drops in some of the same places. Bigger fights, city traversal, etc.
Pro still drops a few
but
frames
it's,
here and there,
you know,
again,
it depends on how you see it. Like for a demanding UE5 title,
this is better.
targeting
The
60
base
FPS,
PlayStation
some drops
was
here and there. It's
dropping
the end of the
really
world. Probably not. But is it ideal? That's also not true, right? So it's
Sure.
a bit of variance there.
I'd give
Then
it to this.
rounding
It's
up the
only
last two
dropping, like,
consoles
one
really
frame,
quickly,
it's fine.
Xbox Series X didn't have as much time to test the Xboxes here, so I just wanted to go through them fairly quickly. Xbox Series X, it looks similar to PS5, maybe a slightly higher resolution, possibly. I was getting 7.
This is actually a higher resolution. It's not much. This is, for some reason, the Series X is higher than 720p. This is it's not much, right? If it is, it might be the same resolution the Pro's running at. Right? It's really close. You can see in motion these stairs look slightly more stable on the Xbox. Right? But it's still shit. Here, I'll play it.
920p counts in the mix there, but again,
you
hard
can
to
see
say
down
exactly
here
what this
too.
game's resolution
Actually, this is a good one.
is pegged to internally.
There's still
Performance
still
feels a bit
motion.
better than
This is
PS5. It's still
worse.
kind of a wobbly 60, but in my limited play, it was a more consistent wobbly 60. So not ideal in any case, but okay. And then moving on to Series S, closing out our
Oh no,
console
Series S is
platforms
gonna
here.
die.
Series S could be a whole video of its own because it's just completely different from
Where's
the other
the shadows?
platforms. They've completely stripped back the way this game looks.
Wait, there's no lumen reflections whatsoever in here. They've told I knew they'd do this. Lumen's gone from Series S, right? the ray trace reflections, there's just nothing in here. If you look, this is the reflections. By the way, there's remember the window he was looking into last time? There's nothing in here on Series S.
So
Look at
there's
it.
no lumen, either lumen diffuse RTGI or a specular or the reflection component
Also, the
of
lighting
lumen.
is
So it
really
has a
dull.
super flat.
There's no shading or anything. Lumen's turned off. Nanite looks like it's paired back too. This looks ridiculously bad actually. This looks like. Do you know the funny thing is? This looks like it's still running around the same resolution as the other consoles. This looks about 720p or slightly more even actually, right? But everything that, all the effects are turned off, so it looks like dog shit anyway, right? There's no reflections, there's no, shadows in here or anything. Everything looks really flat and uncolorful as well, right?
Very last gen look. This game has really been designed around RT lighting and around neon and emissives and all this crazy stuff, all the neon on the sci-fi lighting. That's totally lost here. That sense is totally lost here.
This might actually be higher resolution than the PlayStation 5 Pro. I'm not joking. They've turned off all the fucking expensive things. This might actually be higher than 792p. I'm not even joking because I can't see the aliasing.
A lot of
as
areas
bad in
look
this.
totally dark, overly dark as a result, and just look incorrect. All over the place, the lighting just looks
looks like
completely
shit
incorrect.
because it's-
Shadows are also downgraded, and texture assets are lower res. So, walking in the
Screen
environment, it's
space
pretty
everywhere.
evident that a lot of the assets are downgraded considerably here. As an upside, though, internal resolutions are quite comparable to the other platforms, so it counted a bit below 720p in my shots.
Okay, it's below 720p. You know why it looks better? It's because there's less on the screen. There's less on the screen, so less can move everywhere. That's what's going on.
Oh,
It
goody.
still targets, not too exciting maybe in the abstract, but relative to the other platforms, it's holding its own. And it does actually still target 60 FPS, and it mostly hits 60
Wait, they
FPS
got 60
a
out
lot
of
of the
this?
time.
Okay, I'll give
It
them
does
credit
drop
for
during
that.
heavier segments. And I suspect the game is maybe a little bit more GPU bound here than on the other consoles, because of where it's dropping and how it's dropping and how
Oh,
view
never mind,
dependent
it's
that
not
drop
60.
happens to be. That's kind of my sense of it, although I did not explore this too intimately here. But you'd think that, again, if RAM limits aren't too much of an issue, maybe 30 FPS with those lighting features would have been a better option.
Features on the S, it would
But
die.
yeah, geez, I don't know, not too good on Series S. But I know that, John, you covered a system that's completely the opposite from the Series S, I'm sure, which is the PC experience, specifically the experience on your relatively high-end PC system. So
Relatively
how did
high-end
that
PC
how did
system.
that
Was
come
he
about?
running it
Did you
off?
actually get a good UE5 experience in High on Life 2 on PC? Because we know those can be hard to come by.
So yes, that's the thing, right, Oliver? So using a high-end PC first, that's what I have available. It's a good way to test just whether you can actually achieve a good playable experience or not.
What's
right off the bat,
high-end?
right? If you
Is
can't do it on a
5090?
high-end 5090 based
Yeah, okay, it
system,
is a 5090.
then you're probably not going to be able to do it on anything.
What do you mean
In
by
this case, I will
high-end?
say
It means
this
ultimate.
game is more demanding than I expected, but the experience is good, but with
Okay, there is a huge amount of difference here, right? One, he's an ultra wide 2160p. So this is much higher resolution than anything that the PlayStations were even trying to put out. And you can tell, right? Because look at the stairs, look at the reticle, right? Look at the edges of the circles and things like that, right? It's a 5090, right?
caveats. What I mean by that is, so some of this is something that supposedly
There's no
will be
performance metrics, so
improved
I'd
with a
love to know what
patch,
it's
right?
running at.
The stutter. So there's two types of stutter in this game. There's the more traversal based stutter, which I think is what you're seeing on the console. And then there's also compilation stutter, perhaps. There is a pre-compilation process here, so when you boot up the game and hit new game or load game or
By the way,
whatever,
he's
you
running
actually
this
get
at
a
like
small
5K.
process firing up in the
2160p
lower
ultra
left hand
wide is like
corner. It shows
5K.
this happening. That's good. And the stuttering is not too severe, but I definitely noticed instances where shooting enemies for the first time and doing certain actions for the first time would trigger that typical sort of blip in the frame time, which isn't great, but I didn't find it like horrendously horrible. I'm not as offended as Alex is by it, but it's definitely there. I found that when running, so it supports FSR 4, it says, as well as recent DLSS, in addition to 2 temporal upsampling options. I guess probably TSR and TAAU, perhaps. They're both in there. And there's frame generation, both the AMD variant and multi-frame gen from NVIDIA.
Oh, that's a lot of options. DLSS. He had DLAA turned on as well. Oh my.
Which is good. The rest of the options, though, are extremely basic. It's just the typical, like, high, very high, whatever, UE5 stuff that you see.
This is why I said he was running 5K. By the way, he's running DLAA, right? He's running well above this resolution. No wonder it looks a hell of a lot better than the consoles, right? What he's doing, DLAA is deep learning anti-aliasing. What it does is it renders the game above the resolution and then downsamples it using DLSS, which means you get the performance of this resolution, but you're rendering like fucking 8K, right?
For things like post-processing,
so
textures,
anything
etc.
crawling in this image on oh, there's PC low and there's PC high. Wow, high, look at this. Jesus, look at the difference between low and high. High has got all these like little reflections in the tiles and everything. Low is just, there's nothing here. Look at this, there's reflections over here, there's more reflections over here. Something is reflected in here, over here, which is, I guess it's just because there are more shadows, you can't see it. You know, the funny thing is, this very low PC set over here on the left still looks better than those fucking console runs. They would have been better off lowering the settings down to the low preset and trying to get as much resolution as they could out of the consoles, because holy shit, they look bad at 720p. Like, this image on the left looks fine because it's like 5K image, right? Like, if they could get close to like maybe 1440p on the PlayStation using low settings and turning off all the fucking, you know, all this shit.
Right. So most of the performance when I found, based on my brief testing, it did seem to be somewhat resolution sensitive, as is often the case with UE5 games. So I opted to play with DLAA and frame generation on this system.
Oh, he's got frame
to
gen
hit a refresh cap of around 160 hertz, right? And that was largely good, but I did have some initial configuration issues with frame generation that resulted in some weird glitches. So I did have to fiddle around, make sure you cap the frame rate correctly. It didn't work well with forced VSync like I sometimes do, and that caused a lot of visual bugginess, which wasn't great. Without frame gen, however, using DLSS quality mode, I was able to hit around, in busy sections, it was around like 80 to 90 FPS.
Okay.
You hear that, by the way? This is how heavy this game is. That's never running well on like. It does not look good.
So, you know, not bad. Playing an ultra wide 5120 by 2160 resolution. So pretty high res there. Obviously, with the percentage really taken into account for DLSS quality. So I was also disappointed that HDR is not natively supported here.
You can force
but you can
HDR.
force it
Yeah,
using other methods. It's not
Mhm.
optimal, and perhaps there will be a proper mod to add it that looks excellent, like Reno DX or something like that. It's not there yet, obviously, pre-release.
HDR on PC is never a worry because Nvidia supports RTX HDR, which means you can just force your graphics card to using AI to apply HDR. It actually does a better job in Destiny of HDR than Destiny's HDR does a lot of the time. If you turn off HDR and then use RTX HDR, it's actually really good, right? It takes a bit of your it takes like 1% of your graphics power, but it does a really good job.
But still, you know, even with these minor issues, being able to play in ultra wide at frame rates above 60 FPS with a much better image quality than the consoles, I do definitely still feel like this is probably the place to play if you have pretty high-end PC. But I didn't get a chance to test this on lower end hardware.
I imagine running this on like a fucking 3060 or something, it'll look like the fucking consoles. It'll be 720p, barely hitting 60, and fucking look like dog water, right? On, you know, like a low end computer.
I don't even, outside of the Steam Deck, I don't have much handy here anyways. And I curious
God, the Steam Deck would catch fire trying to run this.
to see if the Series S scalability is actually an option here on PC, because that might be necessary to make this playable on something like a Steam Deck. Did you happen to see, is this a verified game on the deck, or is this not?
Absolutely fucking not. It's UE5.
Unfortunately, at the moment, John, just I don't think that it is Steam Deck verified. I think the original game is Steam Deck verified, but I don't
Makes
think
sense.
the sequel is Steam Deck verified as of yet, although that might change in the coming weeks and months after they maybe do some post-launch optimization. But yeah, I would be curious to see if those Series S settings do transfer over to Steam Deck or do transfer over to some of these lower power configurations. One platform that I would expect it to transfer over to pretty much one-to-one is the Switch 2, because there's a Switch 2 version of this game.
There's a Switch 2 version of this game. Oh my god. I can't. This is like, what? There ain't no way. It's 720p on a PlayStation, well, it's 792p on a PlayStation 5 Pro. The Switch 2 is going to run it at like 400p. There ain't no way.
Coming in April. And actually, one of my primary interests
Can't
with
wait to
covering
see
this
that in
port
April.
was to evaluate it for a Switch 2 video, possibly down the line, because I was expecting, you know, if they ship all these high-end UE5 features in this game, and they're also going to ship it on Switch 2, couldn't that mean that we're going to see, like, high-end Lumen, Nanite, VSM, whatever on Switch 2? And instead, what we've seen with the Series S version is that they've stripped back the game quite considerably to the point where a Switch 2 version, were it to make the same compromises, would not be nearly as notable or interesting from our perspective, unfortunately. Certainly wouldn't be nearly as good looking as we might expect. I think we're going to have to wait for, you know, there have been some games that have been rumored. Expedition 33 is widely rumored for Switch 2. Perhaps that could make more of a dent in things, although its Series S version was cut back quite a bit as well. And I think Ark Survival Ascended, they were talking, I think, late last year or maybe in January of this year about using 30 FPS with frame generation, so 15 frames per second in turn.
Hold on. Borderlands 4 got cancelled for Switch 2. Literally, they cancelled it. Because you know how badly it ran on the consoles, now, you know, terrible it kind of looks, and then how bad the PC port was in general. Like, even with a 5090, you'd be struggling to get, like, fucking, well, to be honest, at max settings, you'd be struggling to get 60. Yeah, they cancelled the Switch 2 port of Borderlands 4. Just outright cancelled it. Like, it was due to come out like a month ago or something, and they just went, no. They delayed it and then full out cancelled it.
And using all of the UE5 features on their Switch 2 version.
I bet that's going to be awesome. I'm sure it's going to run like butter and just look amazing. I can't wait.
Yeah. So that didn't sound too promising, but at least it does indicate, like, you know, they would not be skimping out on any visual features there, presumably, at least from what they've been indicating. For this game, at the moment on current generation consoles and PC, I think I'm pretty satisfied with it. I actually kind of like what this game represents, also what some other games represent, like Expedition 33 recently, which is that, like, on UE5, you can build a game that is maybe not quite cutting edge, but looks really attractive, has all these visual features that would be very prohibitive to build into a custom engine, and you can have a game that comes out that has, like, really high quality AAA graphics fidelity with a team of like not that many people. I did see this game's credit sequence because there's a way to fail the game and see the credit sequence early, and it does not seem to have, I don't know, more than 60 or 70 people who are working on it. And this game released just a little bit over 3 years after the last game, and less than 3 years after the last game's port. So this is a pretty speedy production process for a game of this fidelity, at this caliber of production, for sure.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
yeah. So that's actually a pretty welcome sign here. And I think at the moment, at least on current generation consoles, you know, it's decent, it's okay. Could be better.
Fun with that anyway. That's that's gonna be interesting. I'll be able to run it in like 30 minutes on the high end PC and see how bad. Actually, I'll be able to. You know, I can download it on Xbox too and run it technically for free to see for myself how terrible it is on a console. I'd have to plug the Xbox in, but yeah. But I do have it installed here, and it is out in 33 minutes, technically. I'll run it later on and see how it looks. Okay. Yeah, that's enough trash for today, I think. I think we've... what is all this? I don't fucking know. I think I'm gonna get something to eat and then wait for that 30 minutes to count down and then try and fucking run that. You see, it's not gonna be bad on the PC at all, right? And the reason being is because it's a fucking ridiculously high-end PC. Let's be blunt about that, right? By the way, I started Destiny running in the background. PC didn't care. Alright, let's shut everything down anyway. Like, it's not gonna be a bad experience on a 59. There's very few things that can be a bad experience on a fucking £2,000 graphics card, let's be honest, right? Yeah, you find me something to do, I guess. Let me know, and I'll try and download or get it ready beforehand, Mark, if I need to. I mean, we could still finish High on Life 1. We didn't finish the game, so we can at least finish the first one, if you want to finish it. It's still installed on the PlayStation. That one doesn't look bad on the PlayStation, to be fair. But it's also, that's UE4, right? Which is the same game that like Gears of War and stuff like that was made on, you know, the old Gears games. UE4 and UE3, so they don't look so bad. Alright, let's close this out too. Alright, I'll be back tomorrow anyway. I'm gonna get some food for now. I will